ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logic kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari, tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cik saya ke?
Dah nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid dah ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Sisik dia je star. Dia tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Kau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logic kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari, tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cik saya ke?
Dah nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid dah ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Sisik dia je star. Dia tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Kau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logic kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari, tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cik saya ke?
Dah nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid dah ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Sisik dia je star. Dia tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Kau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah zali, tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ni? Masih dalam peringatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak Ina. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab je.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja?
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam, love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah zali, tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ni? Masih dalam peringatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak Ina. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab je.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja?
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam, love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logi kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Mereka apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logi kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Mereka apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logi kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Mereka apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logic kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana pencurinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam peringatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab je.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Tadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logic kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana pencurinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam peringatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab je.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Tadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logic kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana pencurinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam peringatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab je.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Tadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam kelihatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Tadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam kelihatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Tadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni.
Emergency.
Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam kelihatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta diorang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Tadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
masalah sekarang ni?
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logik kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncanya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada the dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logi kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logi kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
This is during the gimmick. The minute you say end editing,
Yes.
you put the hand there. No, not there. It is just correct.
Kita ada masalah sekarang ni.
Kita ada emergency sekarang ni. Logi kena attack.
Timeline analysis please.
Dalam seminggu je, 2 syarikat digodam.
Tahu mana puncinya?
Tak dapat.
Kami dah cari. Tapi satu pun tak ada yang sepadan.
Apakah masalah semua ini? Masih dalam siasatan.
Technical issue atau kena hack? Kena hack ni. Apa lagi? Ini merupakan serangan cyber. Minta dia orang cancel password sekarang. Create baru.
Baik.
Aku rasa dia orang tukar password.
Kita dah berjaya blok semua. Hackers tak dapat masuk.
Serangan semua ni dari julat IP yang sama.
Makin menambah.
Tuan cari saya ke?
Nak. Tak apa. Apa Zahid tak ada. Kau tunggu dekat lab dia.
Asyik dia je star. Dia je star. Habis tu apa? Jadi tak pernah buat kerja.
Engkau punca isteri akan masuk penjara.
Apa semua ni?
Abang kena scam. Love scam.
Berdasarkan sistem komputer kami, ada aktiviti yang mencurigakan. Mereka menggunakan peralatan daripada dark web.
Kau nak apa lagi?
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi hadirin yang saya muliakan. Mohon perhatian sekalian, dengan segala hormat dijemput para hadirin untuk mengambil tempat duduk masing-masing. Sementara menunggu ketibaan yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Haji Muhammad Mentek, our guest of honor. Dimohon kerjasama anda semua untuk meletakkan phone anda dalam mode senyap ketika majlis sedang berlangsung. Dan juga sila pastikan SOP MKN dipatuhi demi keselamatan dan kesejahteraan kita bersama. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The opening ceremony will commence in a moment's time, awaiting the arrival of our guests of honor. Kindly please take your seat. And may we just give a gentle reminder to all to please kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode and kindly minimize movement during the event proper. Yeah? And also do kindly observe the Health Ministry's SOPs for your safety and well-being. Kindly put on your mask at all times and maintain physical distance at all times too. Thank you very much for your kind cooperations and understanding. We will be back to you in a moment's time. Thank you. Hadirin budiman, ketibaan yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Haji Muhammad bin Mentek, Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian Komunikasi dan Multimedia, diiringi yang berbahagia General Tan Sri Datuk Seri Panglima Muhammad Azumi serta tetamu-tetamu kehormat. Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia, accompanied by other dignitaries. Hadirin budiman, lagu Negaraku akan dimainkan. Dimohon semua berdiri dan menyanyikan bersama. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem Negaraku. Terima kasih. Jemput duduk. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam hormat, salam sejahtera. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Muhammad bin Mentek, Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian Komunikasi dan Multimedia Malaysia, mewakili Yang Berhormat Menteri. Yang berbahagia Jeneral Tan Sri Datuk Seri Panglima Muhammad Azumi bin Muhammad, Pengerusi Lembaga Pengarah Cybersecurity Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Teknologis Dr. Haji Amiruddin bin Abdul Wahab, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Cybersecurity Malaysia. Yang berusaha Encik Rahamzan Hashim, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Agensi Cybersecurity Nasional, NEXA. Yang berusaha Encik Zack Chow, Timbalan Presiden, Huawei Cyber Network Business Group, Huawei Technologies Malaysia, Senam Berhad, Lembaga Pengarah Cybersecurity Malaysia, Pegawai Kanan Kementerian. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk-Datuk Rakan Penaja dan Media, Div-Div Kehormat, para delegasi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang kami muliakan. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang ke Majlis Pembukaan Cybersecurity Malaysia Awards Conference and Exhibition 2021 atau ringkasnya CSM-ACE 2021 edisi ke-12. Terdahulu majlis ingin merakamkan jutaan terima kasih kepada tetamu terhormat kita yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Haji Muhammad bin Mentek atas kesudian beliau meluangkan masa bersama kita untuk mewakili Yang Berhormat Menteri Komunikasi dan Multimedia merasmikan pembukaan CSM-ACE 2021. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri, hadirin sekalian, izinkan saya meneruskan majlis dalam bahasa Inggeris. Terima kasih. Honourable guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the opening ceremony of the 12th CSM-ACE 2021. Our deep appreciation goes to our guest of honour, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Communication and Multimedia, representing the Honourable Minister for his gracious attendance to officially open this auspicious ceremony. For your information, CSM-ACE is an annual industry gathering of the most influential and innovative minds in cybersecurity arena to exchange ideas on security management policy and technology. Organized by Cybersecurity Malaysia, the National Cybersecurity Specialist and Technical Centre, under the purview of the Ministry of Communications and Multimedia. Even though we missed the most part of 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic, but more importantly, we are back here today with more vigor and motivation for the year ahead and beyond. Congratulations, Cybersecurity Malaysia, for another year of productive and innovative conference and exhibitions. Thank you. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the morning's ceremony with a Doa recital led by Yang Berusaha Ustaz Muhammad Naim Abdul Aziz, Special Officer to the Director of the Islamic Department.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم صل صلاة كاملة وسلم سلاما تاما على سيدنا محمد الذي تنحل به العقد وتنفرج به الكرب وتقضى به الحوائج وتنال به الرغائب وحسن الخواتم ويستسقى الغمام بوجه الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه في كل لمحة ونفس بعدد كل معلوم لك. All praises be to Allah, Lord of the world, He who created us and to whom we shall return. Allahumma ya Allah, shower your blessings upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. O Allah, you love forgiving sins, so forgive us all our sins. You are most merciful. Please guide us to the right way. O Allah, we have gathered together today to attend a Cybersecurity Malaysia Awards Conference and Exhibition 2021. Please guide us among those whom you guide. Grant us and strength among those whom you grant health and strength. Tie our heart together with mutual love and care in order to make us compassionate human beings. Make us understand that you created us different but with the same cause. We come from a single brotherhood and we will return to you one day, bare and alone. Allahumma ij'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqna min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al Allahumma fina wa la ma'ana wa la man yatba'una shaqiyan wa la matrudan wa la mahruma. Allahumma inna na'udzu bika minal baras wal junun wal juzam wa min sayyi'il asqam. Bismillahilladzi la yadurru ma'a ismihi syai'un fil ard wa la fis sama' wa huwa as-sami'ul 'alim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina 'adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidil khalaiq wal bashar wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallahu minkum.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Terima kasih Ustaz. Thank you very much Ustaz Naim with the doa. And we continue with the prime keynote by Huawei Technologies Malaysia Sdn Bhd. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Michael Scanlon, its Chief Technology Officer, to present the prime keynote.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I try not to read everybody's titles, but thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Paul Scanlon and I'm the CTO of Huawei. And perhaps it's a bit unusual that I'm not Chinese, but I do a lot of different things in the world. And one of my passions is about cybersecurity. And the reason I say passion is because I'm a very practical person, and I've titled this A Shared Responsibility. And the reason I say this is everything is about money, right? It doesn't matter which analyst you refer to or how you calculate it. The world is transforming, and the business opportunities, you can remember one number, is $1.62 trillion. That's the benefit that we can make to the global economy if we do things differently with 5G, cloud AI and IoT. Very specifically, you can see from the data here, all the different industry sectors where the opportunities are to improve, become more efficient, become safer. But you don't get everything easy and you don't get it free. So if we look now at the challenges we have money on one side, but the challenges we now have relate to this thing we've been talking about called security and cybersecurity. I'm not going to give you all the detail, but you can see here in 5G that there are many parties that are responsible for cybersecurity. It's not about one company or one vendor or one government body. That's why I termed it shared responsibility. The good news is that we know exactly how to fix these problems. So again, we have the opportunity, we have some challenges, but we can see the light at the tunnel. So how are we confident that we can do these things? For almost the last 15, maybe even 20 years, there are organizations in the world like the Common Criteria, and their job with 32 governments and 74 testing laboratories around the world is to make sure that all the IT equipment that you're using, hub, routers, switches, servers, comply with a standard. So now it's very timely that we should be talking about the telecom networks to make sure that this 5G network, AI and cloud are also follow a process. So 2 and 3 years ago, the 3GPP, which is the standards group in the world, every country subscribes to the 3GPP, together with the GSM-ACE, which is an association, collective association of all the telecom companies, Maxis, Axiata Group, etc., U-Mobile, Digi, TM, they all participate in these forums. And we have now standardized a set of specifications for cybersecurity. We now have a process, an audit, certification mechanism. That's why I say we have a lot of good news. But we can't do this by ourselves. It's not the job of a vendor. As I mentioned, it's the job of standards, it's the job of certification organizations like CSM. So why do we have CSM and how is it created? And what's the opportunity and why should we care about these things? The first one you can see, it's not just one entity. And why is Huawei being proactive in this area? You know, for the last 3 years, everybody's talking about three things. The pandemic, of course, unfortunately, the environment, and from Huawei's perspective, unfortunately, Huawei in China. But what I can tell you, as a foreign person working in this company for 14 years, I check every line of software in Huawei, every line. And my job is to discuss with governments around the world to prove that it is possible to do this. It is possible to have independent testing, independent certification, to bring all the parties together. And that's the job of CSM. And that's why we need collaboration between all the parties. So what I'm expecting and what we discussed with Dato Amin is what's your program for cybersecurity testing? And the good news is they have a roadmap and they have a plan. And that will be shared with everybody. So my speech this morning is really to try and bring everybody onto one page. If we want the benefits of technologies like 5G, and we are aware of the threats and the threat landscape, then we need standards, we need collaboration, and we need local participation with government sponsorship. And we need all vendors and all parties to come together. But we have a challenge, and that's called trust. Because if we don't work together and collaborate and we don't trust each other, then we will never achieve the target. And the target at the bottom is we want to transform the industries. And when I talk about transformation, I mean efficiency, safety. And that means everybody from here up must think differently. And above and beyond, collaboration with everybody, not just the government, with service providers, with software developers. This is where the opportunity is. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to CSM 2021. Thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scanlon.
The fifth generation of mobile networks, or 5G, is a faster connectivity speeds, ultra-low latency, and greater bandwidth is advancing societies, transforming economies, and dramatically enhancing day-to-day experiences. The 5G phenomenon is a unified and capable platform that will increase potential impact for Malaysian economy and act as a way for society to advance together towards a more connected future. Security threats are a real concern for 5G networks. Huge number of connectivity through various applications such as Internet of Things may lead to a greater cybersecurity threat. Understanding the seriousness of 5G cybersecurity threats, on 30th March 2021, Cybersecurity Malaysia, Celcom Axiata Berhad, and Huawei Technologies Malaysia Sdn Berhad formed an alliance with the objective of understanding, learning, managing, mitigating, and reducing threats related to 5G security.
The 5G Cybersecurity Test Lab, My5G, is Southeast Asia's first specialist security evaluation and test facility for 5G products, devices, and applications. 5G Cybersecurity Test Lab objective is to understand, learning, managing, mitigating, and reducing 5G-related cyber threats while introducing the Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme, or NESAS, to help build a safe, resilient, and inclusive digital ecosystem in Malaysia. Located in Cybersecurity Malaysia's premises in Cyberjaya, the development plan for My5G will be executed through phases within 3 years' time. Huawei Malaysia will supply 5G equipment and 5G connectivity to enable 5G testbed development comprising 5G RAN, Edge network, and core network, while Celcom Axiata will provide 4G connectivity and coverage through technology and technical support such as configuration of equipment, test SIM cards, and provision of shared frequency band. Cybersecurity Malaysia will contribute human resources such as competent security tester and auditor for 5G security assessment, obtain approval on 5G spectrum and 5G equipment trial usage from the regulatory body to operate the test lab. My5G will support and strengthen our nation's cybersecurity capability in preparation for 5G rollout. It will also support business growth and efficiency through adoption of new digital technologies using 5G by reducing cyber risk in 5G ecosystem.
5G technology is a game changer to help create a smarter, safer, and more sustainable future.
Once again, a great round of applause to Mr. Scanlon. Thank you very much, Mr. Scanlon, for the speech. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the Chairman, Board of Directors Cybersecurity Malaysia yang berbahagia General Tan Sri Dato' Sri Panglima Muhammad Azumi Muhammad to deliver his welcome speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera and a very good morning. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Haji Muhammad Mentek, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia, representing the Honourable Minister of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia, distinguished guests, speakers, partners, corporate sponsors, supporting organizations, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to CSM-ACE 2021, a joint, untiring and meaningful effort by the private sector and Cybersecurity Malaysia, representing the Ministry of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia, to collaborate in advocating and developing confidence-building measures and capacity building, sharing mutual guidance on prevailing cybersecurity trends and best practices, as well as providing a joint response to today's challenges to cybersecurity and its rapid transformation and digital futures. To the respectable Secretary General of the Ministry of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia, Sir, thank you for your presence and invaluable time to be with us today to officiate on behalf of the Minister, CSM-ACE 2021. This time around, CSM-ACE is formatted in the form of a hybrid conference where keynote addresses, panel discussions, sector-specific roundtables will be conducted both physically and virtually. Deferred from last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic that has propelled the world into a different future, a future with accelerated trends in technological adoption, tech acceleration, and digital transformation, with no going back to the past that existed before the pandemic. Cybersecurity Malaysia, being the lead national cybersecurity technical agency and specialist, is compelled to hold CSM-ACE 2021 despite of the many constraints. And I would also add, in adhering to the SOP, hence you find today we are confined to 6 to a table, social distancing, and the wearing of face masks. I am pleased and privileged to stand before a distinguished and impeccable audience this morning who share the same vision and responsibility towards Malaysia's digital future, particularly in the area of cybersecurity. To our distinguished guests, thank you very much for joining us today. I am pleased to see the participation and presence of none other than the #1 man from NACSA, our National Cybersecurity Agency. Thank you so much for joining us. And also to the men in uniform from the Malaysian Armed Forces, none other than the head of the cybersecurity unit himself. Admiral, thank you so much for joining us. Your presence and participation today speaks of and is testimony that cybersecurity today has taken a new dimension where the minimizing of threat, inflation, and security risks requires continued investments in empirical research and public-private partnership like the CSM-ACE, as no single entity can guarantee or manage cybersecurity. We heard this from the previous speaker from Huawei. Talking of new dimensions, I'm reminded of this assertion in the book Cybersecurity, Cyber Strategy, the Evolving Character of Power and Coercion, where cyber means is today cited to serve as an additive foreign policy tool in modern strategic competition, and that cybersecurity today is a key enabler for economic growth and social well-being through the utilization of the benefits of digitalization. Hence, the theme chosen for CSM-ACE 2021, Cyber Transform, is aptly so and relevant. Today's launching of the 5G cybersecurity test lab, the first of its kind in Southeast Asia, speaks of this cyber transformation, putting Malaysia globally as a leading cybersecurity hub and reference center, thus further reinforcing Malaysia's credibility and ranking as a top-performing country in commitment and readiness to cybersecurity, as cited in the ITU Global Cybersecurity Index 2020. CSM-ACE 2021 will also witness the unveiling of two major initiatives as part of its continuous commitment and responsibility to enhance cyber resilience. That is the Modul Kesedaran Keselamatan Cyber Nasional and the program Galakkan Pemerkasaan Keselamatan Cyber Malaysia, an effort under the 12th Malaysia Plan to provide a comprehensive cybersecurity health check for the small and medium industries, a key enabler for growth. As this is a private-public partnership event, let me also share with the private sector, particularly of Ian Brammer's description of today's technology firms, as cited in his article, How Digital Powers Will Reshape the Global Order. According to Brammer, technology firms today have created a new dimension in geopolitics, digital space that's ever growing, over which they exercise primary influence, transforming human relationship, people in their private lives, increasingly connecting one another through algorithms, the full spectrum of the real world and digital products required to run a modern society, like cloud services that has kept us working and children learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. Brammer also sees technology firms today as having a responsibility in providing national security, traditionally a domain for governments and defense contractors. where he quoted Microsoft and not the US National Security Agency or US Cyber Command that first discovered and cut off the intruders when hackers breached US government agencies and private companies last year. Such is the foreseeable future, digital futures for this private-public partnership, incorporating and sharing areas like cyber strategy and policy as opposed to just marketing technology. In sum, technology companies are today shaping the global environment in which government operates and increasingly becoming geopolitical actors in and of themselves, with both the government and the private sector poised to compete for influence, which should not be the case with the private sector. Such is the new vistas and arenas for innovations and initiatives that can be imparted and shared by the private sector through a conference such as this. Respectable Secretary General, in closing, let me once again thank you for your continued and the Honorable Minister's continued support and interest in such efforts by Cybersecurity Malaysia. Let me also assure you, Mr. Secretary General, that Cybersecurity Malaysia remains committed in accelerating Malaysia's cyber transformation to build a trusted, secured, and ethical digital environment. As to be found in Bremer's writing, and I quote, "Only by updating our understanding of their geopolitical power can we make better sense of this brave new digital world," unquote, of which I believe Malaysia cannot remain in isolation. Thank you. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Yang Mahbagi General Tan Sri, for the speech. It gives me great honor now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the Secretary General of the Ministry of Communication and Multimedia, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Sri Haji Muhammad Mentek, to deliver the Honourable Minister's speech and officially open CSM-ACE 2021. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam keluarga Malaysia, and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to convey Minister apology Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Sri Panglima Tahun Pleno Anwar Haji Musa, who couldn't be with us this morning to deliver a speech and also to officiate the event because he has to attend a very important meeting in Parliament this morning. And then at the same time, our Deputy Minister also have been given a task to answer a question in Parliament. So that leaves me to represent the Minister. So I'd like to just to say thank you to CSM for having to organize this morning program, I would like to deliver a minister's speech. Yang amat berbahagia General Tan Sri Datuk Seri Panglima Muhammad Azmi Muhammad, Chairman Board of Directors Cybersecurity Malaysia. Yang bahagia Datuk Teknologis Dr. Haji Amiruddin Abdul Wahab, Chief Executive Officer Cybersecurity Malaysia. Distinguished delegates to the Cybersecurity Malaysia Awards Conference Exhibition, partners, corporate sponsor and supporting organization, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to warmly welcome everyone to the 12th edition of Cybersecurity Malaysia Award Conference and Exhibition 2021, in short, CSM-ACE 2021. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Cybersecurity Malaysia and partners for making CSM-ACE 2021 possible despite the circumstances and limitation due to the ongoing COVID-19 situation. COVID-19 has accelerated the global digitalization revolution. More so, it has reshaped the way we live and work. Even as I speak this morning, there are equally as many, if not more, delegates who are following today's event via video conferencing platforms. This is the extent and impact of the pandemic on each and every one of us, and it certainly has forced a greater demand for digital reliance across the board. Judging from the latest development of this infectious disease, working and meeting remotely are likely to remain as the new normal for the foreseeable future. Ladies and gentlemen, according to US-based non-profit organization Identity Theft Resource Center, or ITRC, the number of data breaches publicly reported globally up to October 2021 this year already exceeded the total for year 2020. In addition, the total number of cyber attack related data comprises is up to 27% compared to 2020, with phishing and ransomware as the dominant attack vectors. According to IBM and Ponemon Institute, the average cost of data breach among companies surveyed in 2021 reached USD 4.24 million per incident, the highest in 17 years so far. In Malaysia, based on the cybersecurity incident reported to Cyber 999 under Cybersecurity Malaysia, up to November 2021, almost 9,500 incidents were reported nationwide, comprising fraud, malicious codes, denial of service intrusion attempt to intrusion, and cyber harassment. According to the Royal Malaysia Police, or PDRM, the number of cyber crimes reported in Q1 2021 was 4,327 cases, and the losses amounted to 77 million ringgit Malaysia. Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, or MDEC, further project that cybersecurity incident could cost Malaysia's economy up to 51 billion ringgit Malaysia in losses, or more than 4% of the total gross domestic product. MDEC also estimate that up to 84% SMEs in Malaysia were compromised in one way or another by cyber threats incident, with 76% suffering more than one attack. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5G network is an evolution. It will coexist with 4G LTE technology with significantly faster connectivity, up to 100 times faster download speeds and 10 times less latency. With such superior connectivity, 5G is set to be a revolution that enables organizations to deploy transformative mobility applications across multiple sectors, particularly in healthcare, manufacturing, and retail. 5G enables more people to plug into the global flow of information, communication, and services, significantly improving the digital quality of life, or DQL. As of 2021, Malaysia ranked 31st among 110 countries surveyed for digital quality of life, and this is set to improve once the 5G network is deployed nationwide. While 5G technology brings faster connectivity and greater bandwidth, the expanding ecosystem will be exposed to cyber attacks, making the 5G network more susceptible to the cyber security risks stemming from malicious software and hardware, counterfeit components, and also risk of legacy vulnerabilities, since 5G networks are built upon previous generation network. Ladies and gentlemen, under my digital transformation initiative, Malaysia is set to become a technologically advanced and digitally driven country, as well as regional leader in the digital economy by 2030. However, as digital transformation continues to drive adoption of advanced technology such as the Fourth Industrial Revolution or 4IR technology in Malaysia, we must continue to strengthen our national cyber security resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the government plays a vital role in setting up cyber security network and ensuring 5G operators as well as technology providers secure their services. Therefore, the 5G cybersecurity test lab, in short, My5G setup, a joint collaboration between world-leading technology company Huawei Technology Malaysia, Celcom Axiata, and Cybersecurity Malaysia, the first of its kind in Southeast Asia, present a giant step forward, strengthening our nation's cybersecurity capability in preparation for the imminent 5G rollout. In this tripartite collaboration, Huawei Technologies will supply 5G equipment and 5G connectivity to enable 5G testbed development comprising 5G RAN, edge network, and core network, while Celcom Axiata will provide 4G connectivity and coverage. Cybersecurity Malaysia will contribute human resources such as competent security tester and auditor for 5G security assessment to obtain approval on 5G spectrum and 5G equipment trial usage from the regulatory body before operating the test lab, to establish ISO IEC 17025 accredited test lab from National Standard and Accreditation Body, to obtain accreditation as 5G security test lab from Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme or NESAS, as well as to evaluate and certify 5G devices and 5G infrastructure services. Executed through a 3-year development plan and cited at Cybersecurity Malaysia's building in Menara CSM-ACE or Cyberjaya, My5G will become a specialist security evaluation and test laboratory for 5G devices and ecosystem, producing test methodologies, test toolkits, and test service focusing on security functional testing and penetration testing on 5G ecosystem. My5G is also expected to convert niche services into competency development services for the public to train potential evaluators, testers, developers, and consumers on the importance of cybersecurity in the 5G ecosystem, especially on the 5G security. The Ministry of Communication and Multimedia of Malaysia is proud that Cybersecurity Malaysia has taken its key role as the leading regional cybersecurity specialist agency to greater height through research, analytics, development, and security evaluation of 5G cybersecurity equipment and solution. I am confident that this 5G cybersecurity test lab will become an internationally recognized reference center for 5G security. Apart from cybersecurity hardware readiness, we must build the security-first mindset among organizations in Malaysia. To better manage vulnerabilities, Malaysian enterprises must deploy standard-based devices and choose IoT devices with embedded security features that meet established standard and offer protection, detection, and mitigation. In this regard, Cybersecurity Malaysia advocates adherence towards common criteria standards through the initiation of Malaysian Common Criteria Evaluation and Certification or MyCC scheme. To foster a culture of prudent and ethical use of the internet and technology among future digital citizens within Keluarga Malaysia or Malaysia family who are cyber resilient, the government invests significantly in education. Therefore, the National Cyber Security Awareness Module or Modul Kesedaran Keselamatan Cyber Nasional or MKKSN was jointly developed between Cybersecurity Malaysia and the Educational Resources and Technology Division of the Ministry of Education Malaysia. Through the Teaching and Learning Initiative, best practices and preventive measures are disseminated to avoid school children and teachers becoming victims of cyber attack. These modules cater for primary and secondary school students, covering key cybersecurity principles and topics from online ethics and digital citizenship. The small and medium enterprises or SMEs form a backbone of Malaysia's economy. According to the Department of Statistics Malaysia or DOSM, SMEs contributed 38.2% of Malaysia's GDP in 2020 with a value added of Ringgit Malaysia 512.8 billion. Despite such significant contribution, SMEs still face major challenges in defending themselves against cyber threats. The Capacity Security Network also reported that approximately almost 270,000 phishing attempts were targeted against Malaysia SMEs in the first half of 2020, 56% more than in the same period in 2019. Realizing the critical cybersecurity gap prevalent among SMEs, a holistic cybersecurity program is critical to support them in cybersecurity. The Cybersecurity Enhancement Project for SMEs or Program Galakan Pemerkasaan Keselamatan Cyber Malaysia kepada Perusahaan Kecil dan Sederhana or PGPKS is a targeted assistance program designed to complement the needs of SME in facing cybersecurity challenges through a comprehensive cybersecurity health check. The PGPKS initiative aims to provide cybersecurity health check on SMEs across various industries which rely heavily on ICT technologies. The health check encompasses information security governance risks and compliance assessment or ISGRC, malware scanning, vulnerability assessment, CSM training and certification. Ladies and gentlemen, as Malaysia transitions to living with the endemic COVID-19, we must be prepared to fully embrace new digital technologies. The move towards 5G creates many opportunities and eventually challenges to Malaysia. With the right cybersecurity framework and technology, the government and businesses are ready to meet these challenges, guided by the Malaysia Cybersecurity Strategy or MCSS 2020 until 2024. Our national cybersecurity blueprint prepares Malaysia to face the impact of 5G cyber threats by boosting the management by boosting the management of national governance and cybersecurity, as well as improving development capacity and cybersecurity skilled manpower. In closing, I'd like to thank the organizing committee once again for successfully organizing CSM-ACE 2021, as well as thank you also to our sponsors, speakers, and delegates for your tremendous support. I'm confident that CSM-ACE 2021 will provide ample opportunities for delegates to learn from one another and further enhance your skill, knowledge, and competency in fighting cybercrime. On this note, I hereby declare CSM-ACE 2021 open and wish everyone a fruitful and inspiring conference ahead. Thank you very much.
Our utmost gratitude to Yang Berbahagia Dato' Sri for having officially opened CSM-ACE 2021, and we would like to request Yang Berbahagia Dato' Sri to remain on stage to initiate the launch gimmick. And with that, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Dato' Sri Panglima Muhammad Azumi, together with Dr. Marudin, Mr. Zack Chow, and other dignitaries, to accompany the Honourable Minister to the stage for the launch ceremony. Please welcome. Right, ladies and gentlemen, if everybody is ready, I'd like to invite once again Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri to initiate the official launch of CSM-ACE 2021. Once again, congratulations, CSM-ACE 2021. Our utmost gratitude to Dato Sri for having launched CSM-ACE 2021 today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri together with Dato Dr. Amaruddin to remain on stage together to accompany Yang Berbahagia Dato Sri for the award presentation, CSM-ACE 2021 award presentation. The rest of dignitaries, thank you. I invite you back to your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, CSM-ACE 2021 awards were divided into 8 categories. A total of 18 recipients have been selected to receive the award today based on our esteemed panel of juries selection. May we have Dato Sri, the honor to give away the awards. The Cybersecurity Awards 2021 started with the first category, the Cybersecurity Professional of the Year Award, 3 recipients. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first recipient of the Cybersecurity Professional of the Year Award, Laksmana Muda Dato Shamsuddin Haji Ludin, Director General of Defense, Cyber and Electromagnetic, Malaysia Armed Forces. I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen, we have to maintain some social distancing on stage too. Congratulations, Laksamana. The next recipient, please welcome Mr. Saifuddin Naya Abdullah, Director and Chief Information Officer, Abras Malaysia Berhad. Congratulations, Mr. Saifuddin. Next, please welcome Technologist Megat Muhammad Faisal H. Johari, Head of Technology Division, Bank Muamalat Malaysia Berhad. Congratulations to the 3 recipients Cybersecurity Professional of the Year Award. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the Cybersecurity Company of the Year Award, 2 recipients. Once again, congratulations to the 3 recipients of the Cybersecurity Professional of the Year Award. Next is the Cybersecurity Company of the Year Award. Please welcome Firmos Sinan Berhad, Mr. Alan C. is CEO and co-founder to receive the award. Congratulations. The next recipient of the Cybersecurity Company of the Year Award goes to DXC Technology Malaysia. Please welcome Mr. Pratap Jagatasan, Head of Security Delivery, to receive the award. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Next, ladies and gentlemen, the Cybersecurity Project of the Year Award. Right, thank you very much, sir. That was Firmest and the Technology Cybersecurity Company of the Year Award. Next is the Cybersecurity Project of the Year Award. Goes to Single View Dual Energy Scanner, SVDES, Royal Malaysian Customs Department. Please welcome Dato Muhammad Yunus bin Charlie Carrington, as Deputy Director General, to receive the award. The Royal Malaysian Customs Department, ladies and gentlemen, the recipient of the Cybersecurity Project of the Year Award. Congratulations, Dato. Thank you very much. Next, please welcome the next recipient of the Cybersecurity Project of the Year Award goes to Cybersecurity Acceleration Program, CSAP, Malaysia Airports Holdings Berhad. Please welcome Dato Iskandar Mizal bin Mahmud, is Managing Director. Congratulations to the two recipients of the Cybersecurity Project of the Year Award. The next award is Cybersecurity Innovation of the Year Award Product. Please welcome Novan Light, Novan's CS Berhad. Please welcome Dato Sri Suhaimi bin Yaakob, the Chairman. Congratulations, Novum Light. Next, the recipient of the Cybersecurity Innovation of the Year Product Award goes to Cymetrics Threat Centric Security Operations Center, SOC, Aberest, Berhad. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Jamal Sulaiman as Chief Executive Officer to receive them. Congratulations. The fifth Cybersecurity Innovation of the Year Award, Education, goes to Huawei Technologies Malaysia, Berhad. Please welcome Mr. Zack Chow, Vice President of the Huawei Technologies Malaysia, Berhad. Congratulations, Huawei. The next recipient of the Cybersecurity Innovation of the Year Award in Education, Cyber SASA Cyber Range System for Cyber Battlefield Exercise, Cybersecurity and Digital Industrial Revolution Center, University Pertahanan Nasional, Malaysia. Please welcome Professor Madya Muhammad Hazali Muhammad Halib, its Director of Cybersecurity and Digital Industry Revolution, UPNM. Congratulations. Next is Cybersecurity Innovation of the Year Award Service. Please, big round of applause to Dr. Kavita Muti, Chief Strategy Officer, Business Continuity and Disaster Recovery, BCDR, Intelis Tech Service, Berhad. Congratulations, Intelis. Next, for the Cybersecurity Innovation of the Year Award Service, please welcome Managed Detection and Response Services, Vigilant Asia Malaysia, Berhad, Mr. Saifuddin Sajjad Hussain, Head of Strategy. Congratulations. The 7th award, ladies and gentlemen, Cybersecurity Outreach Provider of the Year Award goes to Lembaga Penduduk dan Pembangunan Keluarga Negara LPPKN. Please welcome Encik Muhammad Mazua Muhammad Mazlan. Congratulations. Thank you, Jim Mazwan. Next, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, Cyber Professional of the Year Award. The first recipient goes to Professor Dr. Muhammad Fauzan bin Nordin, Kuliah Information and Communication Technology of IIUM. Congratulations, IIUM. Next, the second recipient goes to Puan Umi Kelsum Nayan, Sekolah Menengah Sains Tuanku Aisyah Rohani, represented by Encik Jazanul Azrik bin Arifin to receive the award. Thank you. Congratulations. The third recipient of a CyberSafe Professional of the Year Award goes to Mr. Shaharizan bin Ibrahim, Bahagian Sumber Teknologi, Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia. Congratulations. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth recipient of CyberSafe Professional of the Year Award goes to Encik Muhammad Khairil Fitri Jaafar, Sektor Sumber dan Teknologi Pendidikan, Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri Johor. Once again, congratulations to the recipient of CSM-ACE 2021 Awards recipient. Congratulations once again, and our utmost appreciation to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri for having opened CSM-ACE 2021 and presenting the awards. Thank you once again, Datuk Seri, and thank you all. Once again, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to CSM-ACE 2021. Once again, our utmost gratitude to our guest of honor. May we invite Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri to accompany our guest of honor, Datuk Seri, to adjourn to press conference. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this auspicious ceremony. A big thank you to our sponsors and guests. Thank you very much once again for your support and attendance. And all guests are invited to buffet lunch at the foyer. Bon appetit. Till we meet again. Congratulations, CSM-ACE 2021.
digital economy. And I can safely say that everybody in this room was very much, or is very much, part of that journey. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause. Tepukan gemuruh. Thank you for clapping very, very loud and semangat. Okay, that's a good start to this afternoon. Usually lepas makan, lepas lunch, it's quite susah sikit lah to get everybody to clap, be energetic, be semangat. But today, food for thought. We have some very, very good speakers and a panel for our seminar this afternoon. And it's just going to be talking about, all the milestones and about Huawei 5G cybersecurity. So tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, to tell us more about our wonderful seminar this afternoon, it gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage technologist Dr. Solahuddin Shamsuddin, Chief Technology Officer, Cybersecurity Malaysia. Dipersilakan, Doktor.
Terima kasih, Ben. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon all. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a brief background of 5G. As we are very well aware, 5G is the fifth generation of cellular networks which evolves from existing network infrastructure from previous GSM, UMTS and LTE infrastructure. In terms of speed, 5G is up to 100 times faster than 4G and creating new advances, opportunities for people's conveniences and businesses too. Faster connectivity in terms of speeds, ultra low latency and greater bandwidth is advancing societies, transforming industries, and dramatically enhancing our day-to-day experiences in connecting with the internet. The 5G revolution may pave the way of new approaches to public safety. Reliable, super fast speeds, a large amount of bandwidth, and low latency should help officials accomplish their work more efficiently. For example, 5G's ability to support bigger amounts of high-quality video can help emergency responders gain better pictures of a situation. This should provide officials with a more accurate image of an occurrences, as well as more time to adequately assess the situation and plan effective responses. 5G could also make it easier for first responders to get about safely. While businesses and technology are intricately linked, the 5G revolution may play a significant role in the growth of global commerce. As more nations deploy 5G networks, global businesses opportunities could expand dramatically, resulting in new product and service possibilities as well as the possibility for increased efficiency. In the previous years since the COVID-19 pandemic started, the modern corporate environment has been altered dramatically, and many companies have become more comfortable working with technology outside of the office. With so many business people adopting remote working abilities, the transition to working wirelessly with workplaces around the world may become less of a strange concept and more critical to success. 5G can improve global connections even more by enabling secure video conferencing and texting at high speeds. Ladies and gentlemen, cybersecurity is more vital than ever in today's world. Cyber attacks have become increasingly common, and they may be devastating to both individuals and corporations. According to Canalys forecast in January 2021, cybersecurity will grow by up to 10% in 2021. As the range of threats broadens, new vulnerabilities emerge, and it is expected that the frequency of attacks will eventually increase. 5G security is inherently vulnerable to security flaws. Previous generation networks depended on centralized hardware-based operations that provided very easy to monitor security choke points. It's more difficult to maintain track of endpoints in distributed software-defined networks or SDN like 5G. While 5G addresses security vulnerabilities in previous generation wireless networks, such as better encryption, anti-tracking, anti-spoofing, and network slicing features, security gaps have been uncovered that cybercriminals might exploit. Some of the security flaws discovered early on were tied to gaps in previous generations networks. Ones that allowed attackers to reveal a user's location, downgrade their service to a less secure model that was more readily exploited, such as the downgrade attack, rack up expensive wireless fees, and follow users' activity were among of them. Okay. 5G is now available in more than 30% of nations. That's about 60 plus nations around the world as the beginning of 2021. Only 9% of 1,000 security practitioners surveyed by AT&T for the 2020 AT&T Cybersecurity Insights report were convinced that their security posture was ready for 5G. This is something that we in Malaysia needs to worry. For example, the necessity for 5G networks to serve many connected devices can pose a security risk. The use of Internet of Things or IoT is expected to skyrocket, according to Gartner. With 25 billion of IoT devices predicted to be connected by 2021, its adoption will unleash a highly complex threat landscape that will be unlike anything seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the countermeasures of reducing the cyber threats of 5G is to ensure the 5G ecosystem being tested in terms of security. Cybersecurity Malaysia, or CSM, has taken the lead in terms of 5G security testing by introducing 5G Security Test Lab, or in short, we call it My5G. This is the first specialist security evaluation and test facility for 5G products, devices, and applications in ASEAN. It is a tripartite collaboration. It is part of a joint effort between Cybersecurity Malaysia, Huawei, and Celcom, which was formalized via an MOU on 30th March this year, 2021. The objective of MyG is understanding, learning, managing, mitigating, and reducing 5G-related cyber threats while introducing the Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme, in short we call it NISAS, to help build a safe, resilient, and inclusive digital ecosystem in Malaysia. With this objective in mind, My5G will be able to evaluate and test 5G network and related products such as 5G devices, firmware, and application, which also covers IoT devices, autonomous vehicles, and smart healthcare. Aligned with the nation's Jalinan Digital Negara aspirations, in short we call it JENDELA, that aims to prepare Malaysia for 5G, the 5G test lab is also in line with the progress of the nation's 5G rollout in 3 major cities in Malaysia, namely Putrajaya, Cyberjaya, and parts of Kuala Lumpur on December 15. This is the first steps towards having 40% 5G coverage by end of 2022, 70% by end of 2023, and above 86% expected by end 2024. My5G is homely grown and situated in Cybersecurity Malaysia's premises here in Menara CSM-ACE, Cyberjaya. The development plan of MyG will be executed through phases within 3 years' time started from early this year. Huawei Malaysia has supplied 5G equipment and 5G connectivity to enable 5G testbed development comprising of 5G RAN, there's a radio access network, edge network, and core network. Additionally, Huawei also conducted various workshops and trainings regarding 5G and 5G security, including testing under NISAS for testers from CSM. While Celcom Axiata has provided 5G connectivity and coverage through technology and technical support such as configuration of equipment, test SIM cards, and provision of shared frequency band. Cybersecurity Malaysia's roles in this initiative ranging from providing human resources such as computer security tester and auditor for 5G security assessment, obtain approval on 5G spectrum and 5G equipment trial usage from the regulatory body to operate the test lab, establish an ISO IEC 17025 accredited test lab from national standards and accreditation body, obtain accreditation as 5G security test lab from NISAS, as well as providing security evaluation services for 5G devices and 5G infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, my 5G is targeted to be fully operational in 2023. My 5G focuses on 4 critical areas in 5G ecosystem: security, covering infrastructure, competency, simulation, and advisory. My 5G will produce test methodologies, test tools, toolkits, test services, which focusing on security functional testing and penetration on 5G ecosystem, as well as train local experts in 5G security. My 5G will support and strengthen our nation's cybersecurity capability in preparation for 5G rollout. It will also support business growth and efficiency through adoption of new retail technologies using 5G by reducing cyber risk in 5G ecosystem. Cybersecurity Malaysia aims to expand its capabilities and expertise in security evaluation and testing in 5G technology, as well as strengthen its position as National Cybersecurity Specialist Agency through the development of My 5G. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I strongly believe that the support from global technology leader, Huawei, and prominent telco operator Celcom will be a catalyst for our test lab to become a successful and recognized reference center on 5G security as part of our commitment to foster security best practices in developing and deploying 5G solutions to relevant parties. We believe this initiative is crucial in ensuring a safer 5G environment for our country. I hope this seminar will be beneficial for all participants in terms of enhancing knowledge on 5G and 5G security specifically. Enjoy and have a good day. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salahuddin, Chief Technology Officer, Cybersecurity in Malaysia. Very well said indeed in what Doctor said in his speech: security, competency, simulation, and advice, and working together kerjasama-sama to move forward the agenda of 5G cybersecurity seminar. You know, God willing, inshallah, and we are confident that it will go extremely, extremely well. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, I do apologize, minta maaf that I didn't welcome people joining us virtually as well. Thank you so much for tuning in to our event or seminar this afternoon. This seminar has only one main objective, one goal, one sasaran, as we always like to say, which is to learn. Okay, to learn, to share, and to really see from each other how we can do things better all the time. Continuous improvement, not shock sendiri, continuous improvement to really learn to move our frameworks and agendas a lot better. And everybody in this room and outside this room have worked extremely hard for this framework and all parties to come together. So I wish you all the very best, and please, as they say, have fun and not be mafan. Okay? So, moving on. Thank you very much once again, Doctor. It's very nice time that I said about our virtual audience this afternoon. Our first cyber security keynote speaker will be delivered by Mr. Andy Purdy, done virtually as well. Mr. Andy Purdy is the Chief Security Officer, Huawei North America, and Andy oversees Huawei USA's cybersecurity assurance strategy and system and support Huawei's global security assurance program. Andy has a wealth of experience when it comes to cybersecurity, and he has also worked in the White House and has served on many US government commissions and committees. His CV is extremely impressive. As you can see there, a very wonderful photo right there, and a nice transition. That is the most wonderful transition that followed the MC script. I did not have to go anyway. Andy, I spoke about the White House. You have a very nice background there. We thank you for your sacrifice, even though that virtual background is fantastic, but we know it's about 2 o'clock in the morning in the United States of America. So we say, good morning, sir. Selamat petang here in Malaysia. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So glad that you have this
hybrid
event. Many of us can participate virtually, and it is, as you say, a learning experience, and it's great to be able to participate. As great as it is, though, I hope to be able to return to Malaysia next year, where we can have a even greater physical presence, because the formal sessions supplemented by the informal collaboration is so important. I am very pleased to be providing one of the keynotes along with David Turkington of GSM-A. an organization that I'll touch on in just a moment. But let me just say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it really is a pleasure to participate. As you know, the context for this cybersecurity seminar is the annual CSM-ACE industry event sponsored by Cybersecurity Malaysia. This innovative cybersecurity technology event offers collaboration opportunities, which are fundamental, and we'll talk some more about collaboration. Creating the awareness and clinics for small and medium-sized enterprises to help teach cybersecurity threats and activities that can be done to address them. And small and medium-sized enterprises are an important part of the story of the benefits from technology. This conference also provides cybersecurity professionals with the foundational and advanced skills, and it honors the best in individuals and organizations. I'm reminded as we look forward toward the path to full 5G that was just laid out by Dr. Salahuddin bin Shamsuddin, who is such an excellent CTO for Cybersecurity Malaysia. Looking back, I was in Malaysia 13 years ago, shortly after leaving my role in charge of cybersecurity for the U.S. government when I worked at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. So it's been 13 years. The time really does fly, but I vividly remember back then when we were all live and in person, the dedication of the people that were cybersecurity professionals, of other IT professionals who came, the commitment of the government that we see that was just laid out in the path forward in the collaboration between government and private sector. And of course, the collaboration between Cybersecurity Malaysia, Celcom Axiata, and Huawei to help launch this Southeast Asia 5G cybersecurity test lab. It's so heartening to see the work of GSMA and 3GPP in the tremendous collaboration that's taken place with governments and organizations around the world to help develop 5G standards and to help develop the 5G standards for telecom equipment, the NESIS, the Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme, that this cybersecurity test facility will be going through the process of getting the certification. As Paul Scanlon said earlier today, and it was great to be able to listen in on Paul's and the other remarks, the need for testing, verification, and certification is fundamental so that we can address the risks that come with new technologies. Collaboration is critically important so that we can gain the benefits of the technology, and a lot of the benefits of 5G-enabled technologies will be realized by the small and medium-sized enterprises that help develop the technologies that are going to be so valuable. But collaboration and trust are fundamental to this process of moving forward. It's fundamental to addressing the shared responsibility that Paul talked about. As we reap the benefits for our way of life and our organizations, we will face greater dependency on these 5G-enabled technologies. So it's going to become so much more important than when I left the White House staff in 2003, when President Bush issued the National Strategy to Secure Cyberspace. Cybersecurity was kind of new, and there was not a very strong recognition. So over the years, particularly in the last couple of years with the recent ransomware attacks, the major attacks on Colonial Pipeline, and other attacks that apparently of a national security vein, the importance of addressing risk, the importance of making sure these technologies are going to be there when we need them. And that's where cybersecurity comes in, the increased dependency, the efforts to improve and protect confidentiality, integrity, and availability, managing risk, promoting resilience. This is the shared responsibility that David will talk to you some more about. I'm so heartened to hear that the U.S. government is going to try to participate more actively in 5G standards. I hope the efforts of my home country that I love will be involved in creating and strengthening global standards and not just individual groups of nations. We need to make sure that the internet doesn't devolve into a splinter net with different standards in different parts of the world. And we need to make sure that there is visibility, transparency to make sure that organizations are meeting the standards, are meeting the requirements. So having the conformance testing of programs like Nessus for telecom equipment is critically important. So we have what we all seek as we move forward with cloud and artificial intelligence and Internet of Things as computing power is brought to the edge. We all need an objective and transparent basis for knowing which products and services are worthy of trust. It's not about country of origin. It has to be about what can provide that objective, transparent basis of the products that are worthy of trust. Because sophisticated malicious actors can hack into anybody. So we as a global community have to work together to improve our ability to withstand these attacks and make sure that the benefits of 5G can be realized by our people around the world. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this important event today.
Round of applause for Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Purdy, Chief Security Officer, Huawei North America. Thank you so much, Andy. Really, really great pleasure. And like you said in your speech, collaboration, the benefits of technology. So our second cybersecurity keynote session, ladies and gentlemen, will be presented by Mr. David Turkington, Head of Technology, Asia Pacific Region, and representative of GSM-ACE. As you can, so David has worked in mobile networks engineering for over 35 years. His experience includes standards, rollout and optimization, networking and security, analytics, and machine learning. He began his career at the Mobile Systems Division at British Telecom Research Laboratories, and we are just waiting for him to come online. Perfect timing right there. I must say the timing today has been first class. I just want to start by asking the hardest question there is to ask out there before we start. David, how are you?
I'm good. Good morning, afternoon, and nighttime, it seems.
No, you know, David, doesn't matter what time of the day it is. We are really, it's been a really good start to our session this afternoon. I mean, that we've had Andy speak before about collaboration and really bringing together all the right respective parties, even though we are dealing with a technological product. And it's a great pleasure. Thank you once again on behalf of the organizers and on behalf of everybody here for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us here today. But I hand it over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll just start my presentation. I'm going to talk about Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme, as mentioned by Andy and earlier. This is the effort by GSM-ACE to standardize security requirements across the mobile industry to improve the security overall and to simplify the whole thing. And I'll talk about that in a little moment. So first, I'll skip me, I've been introduced already. Talking about supply chain, this is one of the issues that we've had recently. We've had the breakdown of the ship in the Suez Canal. That was a big problem with backing up. We've had chip shortages, we've had COVID restricting travel and so on. So these are all things to do with the supply chain. Because it's a chain of individuals and resources and everything involved with supply of the goods and services that, well, we come to depend on, as Andy mentioned. Supply chain security, this must take into account, cybersecurity and physical threats. Today, we're going to talk about the threats to equipment manufacturers and how and what we're doing about it in order to sort of minimize the risk associated with that. So as you know, cybersecurity and the threats come to try and steal, destroy, and compromise the networks and to perhaps gather information and perhaps ruin the reputations of companies or people and individuals. And in the past, we've seen that contractors and subcontractors of suppliers are also at risk of being attacked. And this is a constant thing because the defenders are always defending 24/7, whereas the attackers can come and go as they please. So I just want to sort of point out that the product life cycle, this is something that GSM-A takes to do with in NESIS. NESIS addresses the vendor and the life cycle of the equipment development. It doesn't take into account the operator deploying the network and operating it. This is in GSM-A, we have other departments or other groups that take to do with that. So NESIS specifically is dedicated to the design and development and product development of equipment, and how we take care of that to make sure that it's as secure as possible. So, for example, we had fake chips making their way into various devices a few years ago, and new software releases by the vendor in Microsoft, for example, ended up bricking the devices to do with the chips. So this is something we want to avoid, making sure that it's real equipment that gets into the real network devices and chips get into the system. So, of course, product development isn't the only part of the supply chain, but this is the one we're going to talk about today. So, as I said, it's the bit in NESIS scope. So why do we need security assurance? Well, I think Andy summed it up. I've never heard the term before, the splinter net. And I think this is exactly what we're trying to avoid, is a fragmentation of security standards throughout the world. And GSM-A, for example, and the whole mobile industry depends on global standards, global standards in spectrum allocation. So that allows the phones to be the same phone, manufactured in economies of scale. And this is why we have such wonderful phones, which would have been unthinkable, earlier on, just decades ago. So why do we need the standards in security? It's because we're finding that nations are starting to regulate the equipment of supply, because mobile networks are now no longer nice things to have. They're critical infrastructure now. So it's important that they're protected. We've had security requirements and obligations to conform to security requirements. So it makes more sense to make sure there's a global standard to avoid this risk of fragmenting the standards. Isolated initiatives introduce complexity. NESIS doesn't stop you doing that, but it means that a baseline of security is easily done. So just a little diagram sort of meant to indicate you've all different colors of standards around the region. And so what can we do about it? So NESIS tries to standardize the security requirements. This simplifies greatly the RFP process. So whenever an operator goes to a network vendor, equipment vendor, they can require NESIS as a standard, and then they can be assured that this complies with the requirements, and it simplifies things greatly. It also simplifies it for the network equipment vendors, because they can comply once and use that compliance statement multiple times with multiple potential customers. So NESIS is a security baseline that certain standards of network security equipment has been met. So, for example, the software design guidelines, the change control has all been assessed and verified that it's within reasonable security requirements. And there's two parts to NESIS. Certainly, first we have to assess the equipment vendor processes. How do they do the design? Where do they source components? And ultimately the logistics supply chain of the equipment. And then in addition, we have the evaluation of the equipment itself. And these are done by third-party labs. So 3GPP works closely with GSM-A to provide NESIS. 3GPP, while they do the specifications, they also specify security assurance specifications. And what these are tests that can be applied to the equipment and then used to test the equipment. So GSM-A, on our part, what we do is define the methodologies to use these tests, and we provide the security and auditing of those tests. So it's one thing to have a test, but who applies the test and who verifies the results? So GSM-A helps straighten that out. So the NESIS elements, we have assessment of the vendor's development and product lifecycle. So for example, the change request system, this is something that's very important, and how this is done, the software maintenance, and the sourcing of the various libraries and so on that are used in software development these days is very complicated. We accredit the security test laboratories in accordance with ISO/IEC 17025 to undertake the product evaluations. I believe, as mentioned, my 5G will be ultimately such a test lab, and this is really good news. And the test evaluations must be done by competent test labs. It's one thing to be IEC 17025 approved, but you have to know what you're doing. And this again was mentioned earlier. The competency and skill needs to be upgraded of everyone involved to be able to do these tests. So just to reiterate those points. So apart from being IOC accredited, ISO accredited, you have to demonstrate competency to do the evaluations, because testing mobile network hardware, interfaces and so on, and radio equipment is quite different than some other equipment. So you have to have competency to analyze the results of SCAS testing and also understand the relationship of SCAS tests and NESIS. And this is the key thing, is understanding the test process, the test results, and knowing enough about the telecom equipment and network sort of engineering to be able to apply these tests in a meaningful way. So some of the documentation, this has been freshly updated. We've got the NESIS overviews. All of this is available on the GSM-A website for free. So I encourage all of the attendees interested in this to download the copies and so on, especially if you're involved in test labs. You'll see something for everyone. For example, the test lab accreditation. This is the procedures and requirements in order to get accreditation for NESIS tests. The assessment methodology, FS15, this is for the vendors who produce the equipment. So it shows how they produce the documents and self-certify in order to then forward the equipment to the test lab to be tested, and then also to be audited when their processes are audited by the inspectors. And of course, the security requirements of the processes involved. And the new ones are FS46. These are the audit guidelines. This is guidance on how the audits of the processes of the vendors goes ahead. And then, of course, the product evaluation methodology. This is how the equipment itself is tested, again, by these accredited labs like My5G. So until now, we've had several vendor development process audits completed. Again, this is being updated all the time, and I invite you to visit the link below. And this is updated constantly, of course. There's several processes, for example, the production of base stations or particular network elements. This will all be included in here. And again, the reason we do this is whenever the operator then sends out our RFP to the vendors, and instead of requiring different standards of security because, for example, different vendors are in different countries, they might have their own standards. So NESIS then tries to unite these under one standard that everyone can comply to. So it simplifies it then when everyone is complying, then you can then ask for that. So these are the processes for the vendors, the network equipment vendors, and you can see Huawei is on there and is very active in this domain. The accredited test labs, so far we have 7, and these are, again, detailed in our website. They're all over the world, in fact, and there's some in India, there's some in Europe, there's some in America and China, of course. And of course, if once 5G, my 5G comes online, then you'll have some more, I'm sure, by then. So this is the whole standard. This is where we're going with this. And product evaluations, you can see Huawei has quite many network elements have already undergone the evaluation. And again, this list will keep growing as time goes on. Part of the problem up until now recently has been COVID has sort of restricted site access for various things, and this has sort of slowed down the process. But again, that will get going again soon enough as we come out of the lockdown sort of scenarios. And again, all of this is in our website and freely accessible. So just to conclude, NESIS is an effort to avoid the splinter net of breaking the standard into multiple sort of fragmentation and avoiding having to do different tests for different places, for different bodies and so on. It's a baseline of security, so should the vendor, or should the mobile operator or the respective government require higher standards or different standards, in addition to NESIS, they can then specify, then we require whatever it is that they require. So it doesn't preclude NESIS in that test. It's a voluntary scheme, and it's supported by the industry. So we have all the vendors on board pretty much, and many of the operators and regulators are looking into it, and this provides some way of standardization. So in order to get uptake, we need vendors and operators to comply and do the tests, meet the standards, and then for the mobile operators to ask for NESIS compliance whenever they run RFPs. So NESIS interfaces very well with other certification frameworks, and in fact, there's some push to get it included into the European Union's cybersecurity framework that's coming along. So that's something we're looking forward to, and will give it a great boost in popularity, we hope. And it's designed to be enhanced. Of course, at the moment, it's mobile network equipment. It's particular key pieces of equipment at the moment, but as time goes on, more and more equipment will be added to the NESIS process and testing regime. As mentioned, it avoids global security requirements and conformance fragmentation. Again, GSM-A runs on standards. The world's mobile industry runs on global standards, and this is what's made the whole thing possible. So this is just one more step to make sure we don't have fragmentation on the security side of things, complicating everyone's life greatly. And as mentioned, we encourage operators, vendors, and regulators to get involved. Join the NESIS meetings. If something is important to you to be included into the NESIS standards, then please come along and join the NESIS forums, and we will get it all working and increase the compliance and strengthen the whole process. So that's pretty much my presentation. Thanks, Andy, for putting a word in for NESIS ahead of time. Should anybody want to find out more, our website is freely available with all the standards and the documentation. That will keep you busy for a while, but we in lockdown, we got time. I joke about that. So thank you very much, and I hand it back to the guys over there. I look forward to meeting you face to face next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Turkington, Head of Technology Asia Pacific Region and representative of the GSM-A. A great presentation indeed. And as you can see right there from Andy, collaboration was already in place when Andy was asking in the message box right there to send the deck over to Andy. So that's what collaboration, communication, and learning is all about, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next and and final session of our wonderful seminar today is a physical session with physical speakers in the room right here. So please, to all our virtual audience, we hope if there's any trouble with the Wi-Fi or the communication, please just signal out to the comments page and we will try to rectify the matter as soon as possible. But so far, so good. I'm looking at the stream right now. It's quite chante at the moment, alhamdulillah. So our final session for today is a moderated session, Unified Cybersecurity Standards for 5G. So we have 5 people who will be, we have 1 moderator and 4 speakers. We have 1 virtual speaker who will be on the screen. So as you can see right there, action speaks louder than words. So I'm just gonna, forgive me if I sound a little bit like a cikgu, a little bit like a teacher, but I just need to steer our speakers to the right seats so they can get comfortable and really, really inspire us in terms of great content and great knowledge about this wonderful topic of unified cybersecurity standards for 5G. So I will just introduce them to them one by one, just give them a round of applause in no particular order, to be seated at seat number 3, that's seat number 4. On my far left is seat number 1, where the moderator will sit, seat number 2, and seat number 5 is the virtual seat. So in seat number 3, please put your hands together for Mrs. Norhana Salimin, Head of Malaysia Security Evaluation Facility, myself, Cybersecurity Malaysia. You can wave at everybody, macam cantik sikit. Okay. And then for seat number 2, just get comfortable there, Mrs. Norhana. Okay. Mr. Harme Muhammad, Head of Division Network Security, Ministry of Communications and Multimedia, Malaysia. Okay. And then seat number 4, just on my far right, will be technologist, Mr. Jais Anwar Yop Johari, Head of Cybersecurity Operations, Celcom, Axiata Berhad. And then on seat number 5, or the virtual screen, we have Mr. Syed Mohsin Al-Mozza, Head of Cybersecurity, Downstream Petronas. Is he with us here virtually yet? Not quite yet. Okay, not a problem. It gives me more time to introduce and tell us about our wonderful moderator, who is Mr. Amitabh Srivastava, Chief Information Security Officer, Abares Holdings, Sindaram Berhad. Okay. Mr. Amitabh, please give them a round of applause. I will tell you more about Mr. Amitabh very, very shortly because he very much lives, breathes, and eats this stuff for breakfast, lunch, and tea, and midnight supper. Okay, food for thought right there. Mr. Amitabh is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience in various industries across the IT domain. He has been in the cybersecurity industry for over a decade with unique SOC implementation experience across Asia Pacific and Europe. So a wealth of global experience to share with us. And with his current company, Mr. Amitabh is working on building Malaysia's first fully integrated threat-centric security operations center with a unique system of complete customization and tailor-made options. Based on his amazing career milestones and credentials, we are in very good hands. So a round of applause for Mr. Amitabh and our panel, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, we can go louder than that. Tepukan gemuruh. All right. So we are just waiting for Mr. Syed Mohsin Al-Mozza, Head of Cybersecurity, Downstream Petronas, to join us on the virtual screen right here. Is he here at the moment? Nice timing, Mohsin. How are you, Mohsin?
Doing good, thanks.
Very good. You're very good. The panel's very good. All smiling. Okay, even what's this? So I now hand it over to our moderator. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, you heard the American accent of English, the British accent, and now the Indian accent is starting. So it's just a good global collaboration. See, all the countries are there. We started with the Malaysian accent. I'm blessed in this panel with a lot of experience, and I think between all of us sitting here, you're looking at 76 years of experience on the deck. So please, a round of applause for all the panelists before we start. I will start with Syed, who is on the screen for you. Syed, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. So Mr. Syed Mohsen is joining us from Petronas, a 17 years veteran. He comes exclusively from the oil and gas sector. He has been in cybersecurity for extremely long time. And the most interesting part is he's also part of the project management team, which many of you will know, and Dr. Sola mentioned, process integration in cybersecurity is the most essential part. So please welcome him to the panel. To my immediate right, a champion in many ways, an ex-Naqsa friend of mine, Harmi bin Mohammed. He's the head of network security, and he comes from MCMC to us. Harmi, as you will find, is not just articulate, but he has a great understanding of policy, procedure, and technology. So we are really blessed to have him there. I don't think Puan needs any introduction, but I will still try. Puan Nuras Hana Binti Solomon. She has been a great speaker in almost all the CSM conferences, a champion evaluator and assessor. She's also the head of Malaysian Cybersecurity Evaluation Facility, which does the common criteria certification right from EL1 through to EL4. Again, the last but not the least, Mr. Jayaz Zohri joins us from Celcom Axiata Berhad, and he's the head of the cybersecurity operations. He said, keep it very short for me, so I'm trying my best. So, just to give a little background, he has extremely deep knowledge in hardcore technologies and cybersecurity integration to core business processes. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our panel, and we will be discussing the standardization and the core requirement for the 5G network, and also the challenges and that we see in the 5G landscape. Please join me and give me a round of applause to all of them as we start. So, Syed, since you are virtually joining us, we will give you the advantage of speaking first. Is that all right?
That's fine for me.
Perfect, perfect. Syed, we have all heard about 5G since morning, and I think majority of us in this room are exposed to it in some way or the other. We have been listening to news and information. We also know that 5G is a reality worldwide, and digital transformation is a contextual clarity right now. There is no ambiguity that the whole world is going to go digital. Trillions of us are dropping digital dust every day. In that environment, how do you see the challenges towards cybersecurity, and also from a working from home perspective, digital office, digital workplaces, a whole new digital landscape evolving in front of you? How do you see the cybersecurity challenges evolving?
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I think to that question, I would like to really agree with you. I think we can't stop digitalization. We can't stop the rate of automation in our lives. So, let alone in an economic sector. What I wanted to say is we have wide connectivity. Information can be, we can grasp information at hand. It's at our fingertips. How do we control information flow, right? We have, these are the issues that we're facing. We know that we're opening up a good amount of connectivity amongst us, and this is allowing a lot of room for cyber attacks. And the tools that we use, these are the tools that we use to connect, used to help us with our lives and work. They are being targeted for its vulnerabilities. So there are things that we need to be really aware of and get real with ourselves, that this is the reality that we're living in. We're not really seeing ourselves moving backwards to not having connectivity at all. So what can we do? The tools needs to be secure. The design has to be better. And more importantly also, you got to have good cyber vigilance amongst the community and the consumers. I think these are the challenges that we face, especially like you said, during COVID. We're working from home. People are not really sitting in the office, and the security is actually at their home level that we need to have.
All right, thank you, Syed. Can I just move forward to the next question? And I have Mr. Harmi. Harmi, to you. Have the mic, please. Harmi, the reality is that the Malaysian government is looking at digital governance. My Digital is a very holistic and very comprehensive strategy. Given that and meet these industry forward and industry 4.0 integration in the manufacturing sector, where almost the SME sector is almost 90% contributed to the GDP, how do you see the cybersecurity readiness and the evolution of cybersecurity in this sector?
Thank you for the question. I think let me start with saying that cybersecurity readiness is very critical. Yeah, it's something that we cannot do without, and it needs to be approached from a holistic point of view, right? You talk about the national goals of My Digital. What is important is that we need to create a trusted environment, right? Because My Digital requires participation. My Digital requires investment. And without a trusted environment, we will not get the investment that we need. We will not get the participation. And, you know, we want people to start using, for example, we need people to start using online banking. Without the trust, we will not have, you know, I still have family members who are not using online banking. So we need to start working on creating that trust, and network security readiness contributes to that, creating the trusted environment. Yeah.
Thank you, Harmi. You come from a world of certification and evaluation. Just two crucial questions rolled into one. 5G promises that Internet of Things and Internet of Everything will be very, very interconnected. So you're looking at a world of interdependence. How critical will be global standardization of 5G and the telecom networks?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bitam, for the question. So, hello, hi everyone, good evening. Coming from evaluation or test lab background, so standards or standardization in terms of common security features, common security functionalities is very important in order to ensure that all the devices, all the equipments that we use have the common security features and can solve the baseline of security threats that we are facing right now. So this is regardless whether it is a 5G equipment or whether it's just a typical web application or IT devices such as the router, firewall, and so on. So basically what I'm saying is standardization is very important in terms of ensuring all equipments, all applications, all devices have this baseline of security features that is needed. So if you have additional, then it's good. But the main thing is you have the minimum requirements to ensure that you can protect the network, the information of users, and so on. And it's also important to have standards so that we have interoperability and also interconnection among vendors. And for example, the telcos, when you want to subscribe or when you purchase or you use certain equipments, you can be ensured and you can have assurance that the equipments work the same way or meet the
functionalities that you want, right? And also in terms of security, when we have standardization in terms of security features or security functionalities, we are telling the vendors, we are telling the manufacturers, you must embed security by design in your development phases. Means that security is not a last minute thinking. It must be embedded at the first stage of your development, at the first stage where you design. That is where you put the security requirements in your design phase. It's not after you completed the development, when you already released to your customer, then only you think, oh, I missed something. Oh, there's something happened. Oh, someone has attacked my device. Or someone has attacked the telcos. So, and the attack is from the vulnerabilities of weakness in the devices or the equipments. So, standards are there to ensure that manufacturers, developers, programmers, they have in mind the security design back at their mind, right? And embedded in the security architecture or design phase, right? And it is also critical for these standards to be tested similarly between all test evaluation facility. So when we have standards, just now we are talking about perspective of the users, of the developers, of the manufacturers. So now we are taking a perspective from the testers, from the auditors. So by having the standards, the same requirements, so we can get assurance that when the test lab or the assessors or the auditors, whatever name you want to call it, when they test product or when they do audits to the manufacturer side or development side, they can have assurance that they are expecting the same functionalities, the same controls, security controls have been put in place from the manufacturers or from the developers. So this will ease the process of getting the assurance, security assurance from the developer and manufacturer. And in the end, it will also give high assurance to the users, to the telcos in using your product or devices and applications. So when we talk about standards, there's many standards. You have your global standards and you have local standards. So when we talk about global standards, we are talking about standards produced by ITUTs. There's a lot of standards and you can refer to their websites. So they have ranges of standards from IoT devices, 5Gs and so on, of course. And also you have the GSM-ACE, right? That produce schemes and security requirements to ensure that the manufacturers have requirements. For example, they have also developed a security accreditation scheme or SAS. This is typically for manufacturers for UICC or EUIC or what we known as SIM cards, right? So they have their own scheme to ensure that these manufacturers are using the same process, developing their device or the SIM cards securely and can protect information of users. And also we have NISAS, as you heard just now. So it's a jointly collaborations between GSM-ACE and 2GPPs. So these are requirements developed for network devices, manufacturers. And also recently, we have also an initiative from OIC cert countries. So under OIC cert communities, they are also developing what we call a 5G cybersecurity policy framework, right? Which is intended for policymakers, to guide the policymakers in the OIC countries in order to establish 5G network in their countries. So basically what they can expect from this framework is they can get some guideline on how to establish 5G infrastructure, what kind of requirements they need to put in their policy, procurement policy, what kind of standards that the devices may need to have, and so on. So not forgetting, when we talk about 5G, it's not just about 5G equipments. When we talk about 5G, it will also interdependent with cloud. It will also interdependent with IoT devices. We are also using concept of SDN and so on. So all these technologies have their own standards. All right. So users or implementers or the telcos also need to ensure that when they are using the 5Gs, this medium have also has their set of requirements to protect data and to protect users' confidentiality information and so on when they are using cloud and IoT devices and so on. All right. And also, you are also depending on IT devices such as maybe biometric devices, your smart cards and so on. So all these devices also have their own standards, right? Like I mentioned by Andy just now, you have common criteria. You have which have the specific requirements for most IT products. So that also some standards that need to be complied by the developers of the IT products. And lastly is the local standards. So just now we are talking about the international standards, okay? So formulations. So I believe from MCMC, so we have MTSFB that is developing the technical codes. And for 5G, they already published a technical codes for 5G security requirements, I think in August 2021. So it's already published and can be used as a guideline for telcos to implement 5G and also to govern their 5G networks. So these are the standards that is available, but not limited to what I've just shared. So there are many more that can be used, but it depends on what is required for Malaysia, what is required by the regulators, what is required by the users and so on. So basically what we are seeing is the standards must cover in terms of process, in terms of technology, and also maybe people. But people typically is good if we can provide the competency to these people who are managing all the 5G networks, 5G equipment and so on. Because when we talk about threats, security threats, the most weakness link is people. So that's where when you talk about security, it cut across these three components, which is the people, technology, and process. Thank you.
Thank you for such a detailed response, ma'am. Thank you very much. Moving on to Mr. Zayas. Zayas, you have seen the industry very closely. You've also looked at how 5G is evolved and how it is slightly different from, or more different from 4G. So what are these differences? What are the key differences? And second part of that same question is, how does the threat landscape then evolve? What is now the new challenges that you are seeing?
Okay, thank you for the question. To discuss about the differences 4G and 5G networks in terms of the security, okay, let me share about where are we now in 4G security network. Okay, 4G security, 4G network essentially is a series of security solutions which has not been attacked in large scale for the past 10 years. So meaning that the current scenario for 4G network is in securely in secure environment. And then based on that facts, the 5G security uses the same security architecture but with additional enhancement because of based on the previous panel mentioned that the 5G is depend on there are a lot of new innovations. So we cannot depend on the existing technology. The enhancement is required. Okay. For example, in telco, actually, there is a fixed architecture where we have three major plane, which is user plane, control plane, and a management plane. So every plane, they have their own security component. For the differences, let me talk about the encryptions. In 4G, the encryption is running on 128 bits encryptions, while the 5G encryptions is running on 256 bits encryptions. So this is one of the differences that we can see between 4G and 5G. And another one is on the control plane. Right now, 4G for the security policy is running on the network level. But in 5G, they are offering up to extended to the subscriber level. So in this subscriber level, meaning that we can impose another security posture to enhance for future innovation, for future use case. Let's talk about the another one is how flexible in terms of authentications. In terms of authentications, right now, the authentication in 4G is separate, different authentication for different access. But in 5G, you can have a unified authentications. So everything is unified and flexible. So that is some of the major differences between 4G and 5G. We'll talk about the threat landscape. When we talk about new innovations, there is a new use case. For example, like in 5G, in 4G, people are using 4G network just running on a normal internet users. As an internet users, you just use as like browsings, media streamings, social media, or some of navigation system, right? That is normal in 4G. But with a 5G, people will introduce some like unmanned vehicles. Okay, unmanned vehicles require there is a possibility in terms of a new threat landscape. Let's say if we provide the services for unmanned vehicles. There is another crime that you need to think ahead. For example, like kidnapping on the unmanned vehicles, or some criminals or crime can be utilized running on this infrastructure. So every new applications, like Puan said, that we need to think in advance about the security, not after we provide the services, and then after that we ask, oh, we are lack of this kind of security. You should think ahead before you provide any services to the subscriber. So this is something that we need to think ahead. Whatever we have right now in 4G, the threat landscape already changed. Right? A lot of new innovation in the future definitely need to remeasure their security risk. I think that's all. All right.
Well said. So you are saying the threat landscape will expand and expand drastically. With that, let me come back to you, Syed. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, great. Syed, a quick question to you is, we know the reality of 5G networks. We also understand that anything new, anything, in reality changing the context of the telecom space will involve a new comprehensive cybersecurity strategy. And taking a cue from what Zia said, the threat landscape will evolve and may get expanded also. Looking into that, what is your outlook? How are you looking at the challenges that your own organization will face, going into the future?
Yeah, I think I totally agree in terms of that complexity. But even before that, like for example, us in Petronas, our business landscape alone is very complex. We operate with a lot of stuff in many geo locations and different. For example, we have things in countries that are at high risk. So I would say that these are the combinations of a business complex landscape. And we have supply chain, a lot of supply chain within our business. And you look at that in totality with a complex business landscape, it will always bring a complexity in connectivity, in cybersecurity. And you can see that the business is highly competitive. So digitalization and automation is key in competing within the industry. We can't back away from automating. We can't back away from using technologies such as IoT and 5G. We will explore and we need to get on board. But when we do that, we do open up new basically opportunities for cyber threats. That is the reality of digitalization anyway. So we would like to think for us as an oil and gas player. In the older days, we always talk about physical safety. So we have reached such maturity after many years of oil and gas, whereby when we talk about physical safety, we have our processes, we benchmark with what are the best practices, we report we report things before it happens. We know what our near misses are, we learn from it, and we apply to our operational day to day. So what we want to get is we want to get into the same mindset for cybersecurity. We want to make sure that we reach such maturity whereby we can try to predict what's coming, and also we can make sure that we have the right tools, especially for cybersecurity. Compared to a physical security, we can use AI to help out with our work to secure our business. So we can use tools, we can use telemetry. We got to make sure that we have this in place. We make sure that we utilize them completely to make sure that we are secure. And like I said, even in the beginning of my statement, the combination of having a cyber vigilance community within the business and let them understand what are the threats and what they need to look out for, feedback, have a reporting structure whereby we can actually know what's happening on the ground, in addition to what is being automated, what technology and telemetry that we have in place to make sure that we are cyber secure.
Thank you, Syed. That was very detailed. Thank you very much. Harmi, can I disturb you again? Okay. What we have realized, I think you have seen in your experience also, that standards, I think ma'am will also agree, whenever we create standardization, whenever we create models and framework, the biggest challenge is not the creation, is the actual adoption. So what are going to be those strategies that you're going to work on to get the GSM-ACE and the NISA strategy and the framework and the model adopted in the Malaysian context?
Okay, Malaysia is in a unique situation where for 5G we will have a single network. Unlike 4G, the different operators operate their own networks. For 5G, every operator will have to participate in a single network. So it is critical that the network cannot fail. Yeah. So when you talk about standards, right? Our approach, or at least MCMC's approach, is for standards to be applied from end to end. from the equipment manufacturers all the way to the service providers or the telecom service providers themselves. And it begins from the design, the manufacturing process, all the way up to the operations of the service providers. And we heard about NISAS, we heard about the 3GPP standards, right? For the equipments, for MCMC, we also, as mentioned by Puan Norahana just now, we work with MTSFB to come up with a standard for the operations of 5G operators. So that's something that we want to achieve. Today, MCMC is working closely with Digital National Berhad together with the various operators, Salcom, Maxis, DG, and look at, how best we can move this forward, the 5G infrastructure to be secure and safe for everyone. And we have to agree that, if you don't have this, what do we do? Right? And only standards can help us determine that. So for us, that's how important standards are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harmi. Can I open the floor for any questions that you may have from the session on 5G? I'm sure some of you will have some questions. Everybody is looking so excited and so fresh and all jumpy. Anybody with any questions? Is that a yes or a no? So if you're very quiet, I will take it as a yes. All right. So who wants to ask the first question? All right. There you go, Shamir. Can you have a mic, please?
Hi, I really want to learn about this. My take is from 1G to 4G, it has always been very consumer focused. 5G opens up to the 2B and enterprise. How do you see the security resolutions towards the threats with the landscape opening as much as it is? Do you see dual level authentication? What are the new concepts that you see coming forward when humans and machines all connect to this new network?
Well, who do you want the answer to come from?
Any one of you.
Okay. So he's looking at security evolution with around 5G. How do you see that evolve? How will be the human-machine interface? And how will that whole picture or the scenario change? Anybody wants to attempt that? Ma'am, it's in your domain actually.
Maybe I can answer a bit. Right. So basically, what I can see is, yes, when we talk about 5G, the use case will be much broader from 4Gs. So like mentioned by CSM-ACE just now, there's much more utilization or use case that can be implemented when we have 5G connectivity. So for example, driverless car, right? So now, before driverless car exists, we only have static threats. I mean, we can attack network infrastructure, which is permanent in one place. Maybe some databases in some servers in one place. So now we have a moving vehicle which will be connected to different networks each time they move, right? So now the threat landscape become bigger, which is basically at the vehicle itself when they are connected to any kind of internet networks, or maybe they are also connected to telco networks. As long as they are connected to internet, then there's a danger, right? So as an attacker, not me as an attacker, but imitating an attacker, so I will see that where's the vulnerability, where's the weakness. So first thing first is I find the weakness in people, right? So the first thing first is the person who drive the car leave access, the door basically open to anyone to access, or is the security of the door mechanism can be hacked, or okay, that's when we talk about physical security. So let's say we talk about software security. So can I access using network or using the same internet access or that is accessed by the vehicle? Can I sniff the network or the communication between the car and also the server or the base station or something? So is there somewhere I can tap the communication? So there's also some threats. Okay, now, so maybe I look into some websites. So I see, okay, the car is using certain manufacturers' equipment which have vulnerabilities. So I can take the advantage and manipulate these vulnerabilities, maybe to overtake the car using maybe vulnerabilities in the sensors, in the application that is used in the car, as simple as the software that is used to turn on the radios, right? So example, the electronic boards that is used to control the pedals, for example. So that's where the threat landscape become bigger, right? So that is just one moving vehicle and its components which already been connected to internet. So previously, our car is not connected to the internet. So now everything is connected to the internet. So that is IoTs. So we are welcoming IoTs to make our life easier, but at the same time, we need to also ensure that we are taking care of the threats that exist when we are using all these kind of technologies. So yes, when we talk about the threat landscape, it is relying on people, the technology, and also the process. Process means at the manufacturer side or at the developer sides. So that's my answers to the question.
I think I just want to add, right? Fundamentals of security still the same. Doesn't matter we are currently in 4G or 5G or the next. So there is three basic things in cybersecurity. One is for confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. So in any new use case or any system being introduced or based on innovations, the threat landscape is based on these three criteria that we need to test vigilantly. So we need to test very hard because of the complexity is become more complex. So you cannot based on the existing test case. So new way to test every single point of contact. For example, that which point is facing to the internet. What is the potential risk or potential vulnerable? So always ask this question when we provide the solutions. So because of every system need to be tested continuously. It's not one way after we complete all the systems, right? Because of machine learning, AI is evolved. So in terms of testing, also need to be evolved. So I believe like a red teaming team is need to grow to address all whatever issues we found in the future. I think that's all.
All right, all right. I just want to add something to Shamir's question. I think some of you may have missed that point. Is the social economic impact of any change in technology? I think what 5G is bringing, and a lot of young parents in this room, you need to be aware of this. What 5G will bring to your kids is individualism. The family entity that you know today will dilute over next 10 years. And it is happening today. You go to a restaurant with 4 friends, what happens? Everybody is on their mobile. Yeah. So your digital identity will become the crux, the fundamental of changing of technology. And that will evolve into social problems. That's not the forum for this, that's for social sciences. From a technology index point of view, there will be more and more individual technologies. So what will effectively happen, and it might surprise you today, your kid will have his own digital assets. You will have your own digital assets, your other members of the family will have own digital assets. And each of these digital assets will not intertwine. That basically means as 5G becomes a reality, houses, homes, industries, and even human existence will become very digitized. And as I've said when I opened this session, we are leaving trillions of digital dust every day, which gets quantified, analyzed, and thrown back at us. And this is going to be our living reality. Our kids will face it more than we today. We are not experiencing it. There is still a physical world that we love. I'm not sure you're following the evolution of NFTs right now or not, but the world is changing as we speak. Any other questions? Sorry, I had to take 5 minutes of yours to give that point of view. Any other questions? Yes. Oh, never mind. I'll repeat.
No security required. Thank you, terima kasih. So there's a question here virtually. This is to the panel, and this is a very nice way to go to the next question when we're finishing the session. This question coming from the virtually, as professionals, no right or wrong answer. Maybe we can go to each of the panel. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Moderator, to moderate. But what, in terms of the topic, because at the end of the day, we talk about technology, we talk about security, we talk about modification, we talk about a lot of other technological factors which can be measured. But as professionals who are living this, breathing this, eating this, scratching their head, celebrating, what is your joy and fear, according to the question, in terms of how this will evolve? So, leave it to you.
Very good question. Yeah. So, what is the joy and the fear of the evolution? Is that the summarization?
Perfect. I hope that question makes sense. Yeah.
Harmi, do you want to? Especially the joy part. I think the fear everybody knows.
The joy is that we will, have better quality of living, because now we don't have, in a world, we'll be in a world that we don't have to travel to enjoy, different countries, for example. Things will be at your fingertips with 5G in place. My fear is that, are we as humans ready to experience that? Today we still have, news reports saying that, there's losses some people lose, 5,000 ringgit, 100,000 ringgit, 3.5 million to scams. Imagine in a 5G world where everything is 1 gigabit per second, and imagine the kind of scams that could happen. Are we ready? So that's my fear.
One.
I tend to agree. Standard answer. I tend to agree, Cik Harmi. So, yes, I think my joy will be improvement of in getting or obtaining informations and controls. For example, yes, I am a working mom. So let's say right now I want to ensure that my washing machine is already done. Okay, so I can control it from here on the stage and say, okay, now you run my washing machine, and in 30 minutes or 1 hour I'm back, so I can just complete my household chores. So that is something that I think for me or many more, most of us enjoy is the technology is our life, and we can control our equipments or our devices that previously is not connected to internet and it's not connected remotely. So when there's good, there's bad, right? So basically now I'm concerned. For example, let's say I'm using smart devices or smart home devices at my home. For example, my fridge, refrigerator, I can control it to set, they can automatically buy or purchase maybe eggs from some stores because they detected, okay, by default there must be 10 eggs. So now they scan the fridge and they see, only 5 left. So we need to top up. So they can automatically shop online where I have already put my banking account, my credit card accounts, for example, or maybe using Bitcoin, right, to purchase, some eggs, for example. So now how can I be sure that my personal information or my privacy is being protected by the manufacturer of the refrigerator, for example? So I think that the fear is how these manufacturers treat my privacy information, my confidential informations. Is it protected well? Is it secured well? Is there any standards being used? So back to the baseline, what kind of protection being used when we expose all these things to internet?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, about the joy first. Okay, this technology is fast and vast, so there are a lot of innovation. Okay, can be innovated by creative people out there. So a lot of a wish list of solutions can be solved our current day to day. So I believe that a lot of peoples out there will come out with a lot of use case solutions. I think that is the joy that we can say. Okay, and then about the fear, there are a lot of fear things, but one thing that I would like to highlight is everybody need to be vigilant in all aspects, every time. So because of, as we have discussed before, the threat landscape is very broad. Okay, in many angles, like our privacy, like we have been tracked, our activities, then this is the information that can be exposed if it's not being protected. Okay, this is the fear. Vigilance is I think this is the right word for everybody, from the authority, from the service provider, from the user itself. Okay, we need to be extra careful to understand that this kind of technology with advancements that we know that there is another dark side can be exposed. in the future. So we are connected. That is things that we need to understand the threats in the future. Right. I think that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you want me to add something, or do you want to wrap it up from your end?
Oh, I think we're just a little bit short on time because this has been a very good
Perfect.
session.
So thank you, ma'am, Harmi, and
Wow.
Ziaz.
That's how you do business, quick and sharp. There. But I do have one request to for the whole panel, including yourself, Mr. Amitabh, that this is one thing that we like to do when we do virtual sessions. We like to wrap it up with a one-word hashtag word, because we live in a digital world. If you say to a young person, hashtag this, they'll understand. If you ask them to read a book or a chapter, they might say, huh, why so long? Okay, so maybe all of you, and we'll leave it, especially yourself, sir, that, I mean, you're also a subject matter expert in this field. All of you are subject matter experts in this field. Maybe one hashtag word, not a long sentence, karangan, essay, PhD, but just a one phrase like, be open-minded is a hashtag. Jangan takut is one hashtag. You know, I think there was one of the panelists that was speaking earlier about, you know, like really going over that line and saying, relearning what to learn, you know, banking. Like, I mean, people were saying just now that we were overhearing, you do internet banking, things like that. So maybe we can start here. We can just work the way down. Is Musin still with us? Or
I think Syed is still there.
Yeah?
Yes,
Musin?
I'm still here.
Okay. We haven't forgotten about you, Musin. So actually, Musin, we'll start with you first. If you can hear me, what's in terms of this topic, unified cyber security standards for 5G, what would be your hashtag advice for everybody watching and also people who will be watching the replay of this as well?
I think inclusivity. We got to be inclusive. Make sure that this covers everyone, whether it's young or old, professional or non-professional, rural or urban. Inclusivity. That's what I say.
Okay, inclusivity. Thank you so much, Musin. Sir?
Yes.
Okay. Again, my final words is as I mentioned before, just be vigilant. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, since I'm on cybersecurity, so my hashtag need to have the security words. So hashtag security in mind. So we need to embed security in our mind whenever we use any technologies. Thank you.
Harmi? This is the hashtag world. You have to have a hashtag.
No right or wrong answer, yeah?
Yeah,
this is strictly your opinion, yeah?
So mine is security begins with you. You know, as a practitioner, as a parent, as a, you know, husband, wife, children, you need, if you start with security within yourself, then that will spread into the greater community.
And I will give you a hashtag cyber quotient.
Cyber?
Quotient. I'll tell you why. We have always measured intellect, right? IQ. We measured emotions, EQ. I think time has come, we measure cyber. Okay, cyber quotient from my side.
Cyber quotient, yeah? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, can I have your permission to wrap it up, sir? Yep, okay, please. Thumbs up. That's what they call teamwork. Ladies and gentlemen, to sum up this wonderful topic, unified cybersecurity standards for 5G. The key learnings after this wonderful 1 hour session, which could have gone longer, and congratulations to the panel for putting such a really, really interesting topic siphoned into 1 hour. But the key learnings is hashtag inclusivity, hashtag vigilance, hashtag security in mind, hashtag security begins with you or all of us, and hashtag cyber quotient. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our wonderful panel this afternoon. Come on, let's go. They did very, very well. Just stay where you are because we have a token of appreciation to give to you, but in the spirit of SOP and health, we will ask you to collect the lovely token of appreciation in a more safe environment because we cannot give it to you physically in terms of adhering to standard operating procedure set by the Ministry of Health Malaysia. So it's all about regulations and guidelines, isn't it? So that's what we're here with all about today. It now gives me great pleasure to invite technologist Dr. Solahuddin Shamsuddin, Chief Technology Officer, Cybersecurity Malaysia, accompanied by Ms. Rita Irina Wahab, Vice President, Public Affairs and Communications of Huawei Technologies Malaysia, on stage to present a token in the SOP manner, a token of appreciation to our esteemed panel and moderator. A round of applause to Dr. and Ms. Rita, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Ms. Rita will do the first presentation, and that is to our wonderful, wonderful moderator who did a very, very good job, Mr. Amitabh Srivastava. Okay. Okay, you can. Okay, photograph, individual photograph, and then we do group photograph. Come on, we Malaysians love photographs. We love two things, makan and photograph. We're world champions of that, okay? And we will cybersecurity it. All right? Fantastic, thank you very much. Okay, photographers, are we happy? Okay, kindly stay on stage for a group photo straight after this. And please be aware of, just stay on stage because of the group photo. We'd now like to invite Ms. Rita to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Harmi Muhammad, Head of Division Network Security, Ministry of Communications and Multimedia, Malaysia. Okay, that's right. You get your token of appreciation presented to you first, in line with standard SOP, yeah? Thank you very much. Okay, next we will invite Dr. Solahuddin to present to Mr. Jais Anwar Yop Johari, Head of Cybersecurity Operation, Celcom Axiata Berhad. Or no, actually, Ms. Norhana first. Ladies first. My mistake. Okay, thank you very much. And then also I'd like to invite Doctor to present to technologist Mr. Jais Anwar Yop Johari, Head of Cybersecurity Operation, Celcom Axiata Berhad. And then we will send one to Encik Musin, and then finally, last but not least, we would like to invite Ms. Rita to present a token of appreciation to Doctor. Yes, Doctor, our host, wonderful host today, technologist Dr. Solahuddin Shamsuddin, Chief Technology Officer, Cybersecurity, Malaysia. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And may I now invite the panel, please, to come forward for a group photograph with Dr. and Ms. Rita. Please be aware of social distancing, so for SOP purposes and safety, of course. There's enough space on the stage. Yep, space sikit, arm length ke? Arm length macam tu, macam kapal terbang. Okay, please. Okay, everybody's all right. Cool. Smile, even though you have, smile with your eyes, dengan mata, ya? Because the mask covers your wonderful smile, but we can tell you're smiling. Okay, good, everybody's smiling, alhamdulillah. Okay, terima kasih. Okay, photographers happy? Thank you very much, everybody. Such a great event this afternoon. Round of applause to all of you for attending, your support virtually, of course. You know, for those of you who attended virtually. Thank you very much to our panel, and thank you very much to Ms. Rita and Doctor. I'd now like to invite Doctor, accompanied by Ms. Rita, and also our panel, once they finish the conversation, of course, what up, to kindly take their seats and just chill out. And the most important thing, makan is outside. I told you, gambar dengan makan is the most important thing in Malaysia, and it's all cybersecurity protected. Thank you very much, panel. Did a very good job, yeah? I learned a lot. Doctor? Yeah, we already told him that. Yeah, Musin punya token of appreciation will be sent to Petronas. Yeah, yes. Okay, dekat bawah kat KLCC, after scan dengan check, hantar dekat atas. Yeah, you have to climb high. Okay, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, terima kasih for joining us this afternoon. For all of you who joined us virtually all over the world, terima kasih. My name is Ben Ibrahim. Assalamualaikum. Inshallah, jumpa lagi. I would now like to invite everybody here in the physical room to kindly go outside for some makan-makan. Please join us.